Women's Open from beautiful Rainbow Hills Golf and Country Club, just 20 kilometers outside of Yeom County. Timothy Lowe here. Good to have your company this Sunday afternoon. Lim Hee Jung took a 6-shot lead into the final round this morning. She picked up 2 early birdies to stretch that advantage. Now sits at 18 under par. Park Min-ji, her closest pursuer, at 13 under, although the defending champion, Min-ji, has just rinsed her second shot on the par 5 7th. Dropped, played 4 to the middle of the green, so Hee Jung comfortably in the middle of the fairway. 111 meters left. She has looked so good with these shots all week long. Rack up another wedge. Stuck pin high for Lim Hee Jung, inching her way towards a second major championship title. What a display of golf the 21-year-old has put on this week at Rainbow Hills. In the group ahead, Park Ji-young, winner of the Mediheal Championship earlier this year, trying to inch closer. Brilliant second shot, yields a birdie 3 for Park Ji-young. Still a lot of money to play for these ladies this week. 130 of them teed it up at the start of the championship. 1.2 billion Korean won prize purse. 300 million up top for the champion. And of course, a major title. Oh Seung-hui. Well, she's had a bit of a calamitous 7th hole. Tugged her tee shot left. Laid up into some trouble, found the penalty area with her 3rd shot, so now dropping and playing 5. It's on the dance floor. You see there the ball of Park Min-ji as well. Min-ji's got that for par. Oh Seung-hui is that for bogey. One of 5 players who started the final round at 10 under par, 6 shots behind your runaway leader, Lim Hee Jung. Should be in for a very exciting final round. Hee Jung got her eyes set on the tournament scoring record, currently held at 17 under par by Park Min-ji and Oh Ji-hyun. Lim Hee Jung currently on 18 under par with a fantastic look to get to 19 very shortly. Chasing a piece of history and a second major title. But for the rest of the chasing pack, you just get the sense they're playing for second. These are the groups that we'll be keeping an eye on this afternoon. Lee Ga-young, well, unfortunately, looks like she's going to come up short in her bid to get a breakthrough title this week. 12 under par. Park Min-ji going to be falling off that 13 under par mark. It's all about Lim Hee Jung this Sunday afternoon. She'll bag plenty of points should she go on to convert this victory. KLPGA points list. Park Min-ji currently leads the money list, just under 500 million Korean won in the bank account through the first 10 events of the year, courtesy of 2 victories. A positive stroke. It was a good run, but it continues to run on by for Park Min-ji. Really had to try and make something happen. Coming into this final round, 6 back. She knows Lim Hee Jung's game all too well. It's the way that Hee Jung's been playing over the first 54 holes. Just didn't get the sense that she was going to back up. Now to the penultimate group, which includes Lee Ga-young, runner-up at Ildong Lakes at the KLPGA Championship. Herself running in a share of second. Oh, that's very handy from Lee Ga-young. Continues to impress on the big stages. Knocking on the door plenty of times, Ga-young. Now, Oh Seung-hui to limit the damage to just 1 at 7. Perhaps ENG's birdie par putt, excuse me, running by, laying in the back of the mind of Roh Seong-hui. The 5 players that started their share of second 6 back today, I just get the sense that they knew they needed some help from Lim Hee Jung, eventually dropping a couple of shots, coming back to them early. Hee Jung just hasn't given them a sniff, and in fact it's the chasing pack who are giving up shots. Now Minji will test her for her bogey 6. Well done. Just the 1-shot drop for Park Min-ji, but it's a costly one. When you look at the lady they're trying to chase, so the advantage for Hee Jung now returned to 6. Up ahead to the 18th hole, Bang Shin-sil for a closing birdie to end her championship in style. Not to be opened so promisingly with a 68 on day 1. Backed it up with a 74 and threw in a 76 yesterday. But a nice final round for 15-year-old. Back to 7 and Hee Jung just make the task that much easier. Really straight putt, doesn't have a lot of movement. She's been very solid over these this week. Another birdie for Lim Hee Jung. She's 3 under on the day. She's outscoring the chasing pack and now opens up a 7-shot cushion with just 11 holes to play. Shin-sil's comebacker. Yeah, nicely done. Great week at the National Championship for Bang Shin-sil. She'll close with a lovely 3 under par round of 69 in her second Korean Women's Open. Seong-hui. Misadventures at the par 5 for Roh Seong-hui. Now falls back to 8 under par, outside of the top 10. To the 8th, Lim Hee Jung plodding her way along nicely. This is a slippery one from the back edge of this par 4 green. Gave that too much respect, Roh Seong-hui. Hee Jung played in the final group yesterday afternoon. Left it late to make some birdies. She'll no doubt rack up her best finish of the 2022 campaign this week at Rainbow Hills. Choi Hee-young. Trying, but not going to drop for the 31-year-old. Important week for Choi Hee-young. Only made 3 cuts this season. It's a steady start to Sunday. A round that she knows will be very important in her quest to keep her card this year. Ga Young needs putts like these to drop on a Sunday afternoon. That one's not going to find its target. As we've seen in the past, at least she's being aggressive. She's given that ball a chance to go in. They will drop one day for Ga Young. They will drop in buckets. She has oodles of talent. Back to Hee Jung. Test her here, just to keep her inside the top 5. Ooh, a nervy stroke. Short backswing. Wiped the putter face across the ball. So a 3-putt bogey drops her back to where she began this final round at 10 under par. Down on the tee, Hee Jung. Played this hole well this week. Birdies on Friday and Saturday.
Oh, nice ball!
That's a nice kick out of the right rough, back into the middle of the fairway. Everything's going the way of Lim Hee Jung right now. No wonder she's smiling. Minji, day one leader. It's not like she's done too much wrong. Since that opening round of 66, she has simply been outscored by her playing partner and championship leader Lim Hee Jung. Roh Seong Hui have that double bogey. She's the only player in the field this week to return 2 bogey-free rounds. That was 67 on Thursday and another one yesterday to get in this position. Given up 3 shots this final round. Did of course pick up a birdie early as well. Finds the fairway with her tee shot on the uphill par 4-8. Up ahead at the green. Just a little bit of cleaning up to do for Lee Ga-young. No mistakes for Ga-young. Talk to any fan of Korean women's golf, you'll ask them, who's the best player without a victory? 9 out of 10 are going to say that lady. But Ga-young currently running in a share of second alongside Park Min-ji. But it's the Lim Hee Jung show through the first 7 holes this Sunday afternoon at Rainbow Hills. Hee Jung leads by 7. Seung-hui getting ready to play her second shot into this par 4 eighth. The green sits quite a ways above the level of the fairway, similar to approach shots that they'll play into 15 later on in the back nine. Cut in the left half of the green today. 106 left for Seung-hui. Asking for a good kick, and a good kick it got. Just off that downslope of the bunker shoulder. 25, 30 feet left for Roh Seung-hui. This is ENG's range inside of 125 meters all throughout 2021. She was absolute gold in this club in hand. Funnily enough, it's been Lim Hee Jung who's been peppering the pins from this range this week. Just 90 meters left for Minji. She put on a bit of a firework display for the closing 11 holes of this championship. It's pretty good. Just tugged in a fraction. Affords herself a reasonable look at a birdie 3. With Lim Hee Jung in prime position once again. Down the middle of the fairway. Talk about that yardage that she's been so dialed in on this week. Wedge in hand. Every time you look up, she seems to be within 10 feet of the hole. It's a little approach wedge. There you go. Ask and she delivers. Putting on an absolute clinic for the fans and spectators from around the world this week at Rainbow Hills. Well worth another look. Such a simple action. Great club face control. Excellent contact. Pitch it on that downslope. Use some spin to bring that back to within 10 feet. Methodical, surgical performance from the championship leader. Scoring record very much in her back pocket. As things stand, up to 9. Must be a heavy lie for Choi Hee Young in the right rough. Sounded like that came high off the face, and it's, oh, look at that. How's that for a good break? Pitched it short of the bunker, just had enough topspin on it to get over the bunker, and it runs all the way onto the back level of the green. You're going to need good breaks in golf. That was one of them. Now, Roh Seung-hui. Left to righter. Off that little shoulder of the bunker, never quite high enough. Seung-hui. Well, coming off a miscut last week at the Celtrion Queens Championship. It's an encouraging performance at the second major of the year. Lim Hee Jung. Pretty big tee shot right to the edge of the 9th fairway. 150 meters left. To the back right today. Somewhere right about there for Lim Hee Jung. Spectacular shot. Well played indeed. To make amends for the 3 jab on the previous green. KGA just trickled through the fairway. 22-year-old playing her 4th full season as a professional. Hasn't missed a cut yet this year. Needs to keep hurrying It's not going to make it to the top, but that's safely in the middle of the green for Lee Ga-young. Currently sits 5th on the money list, 267 million Korean won. The lady that tops it has this for birdie at the 8th. Oh, just what she needed. Park Min-ji responds brilliantly to that bogey at 7. The crowd love it. Park Min-ji loves it. 4th birdie of the day. The 6th 3 of the day for Park Min-ji. There was always a look about this one. She's not one to go away. Continues to pile the pressure on Lim Hee Jung. That's what you have to do. Just hope for a mistake. You know, the titanic tussle she was involved in 12 months ago with Park Hyun-kyung in the final round. For the moment, Hee Jung's lead back to 6. This would be some response, wouldn't it? Still going to drift right on her, influenced by that bunker shoulder at the front of the green. Touch too firm for Lim Hee Jung. So what was 7 is now 6. Still very much with one hand on the trophy, but the defending champion going to keep her honest. Hee Jung. Just the par. Park Min-ji moves into 2nd place on her own, bidding to become only the 3rd woman to successfully defend the Korean Women's Open Championship. Lim Hee Jung seeking a 2nd major title to go along with the KB Financial Group Star Championship she picked up in her rookie season back in 2019. So they'll make their way up to this elevated 9th tee box. This is what the players face. It stretches out to 374 meters, one of the longest par 4s that the girls will face at Rainbow Hills this week. Deep bunker up the left-hand side. Doesn't really come into play for the big hitters. It's a fairway that, for some reason unbeknownst to me, a lot of players struggle to hit. It's quite bulbous in that landing zone. A lot of players running through or into the right rough. But the real key is the 2nd shot, especially with a 2-tiered green. Big ridge bisecting it into front and back sections. If you want to leave yourself a good look at a birdie 3, you have to be on the correct level. Today that pin cut 24 from the front and just 5 from the right edge. It's accessible, but it requires excellent 2nd shot. Park Min-ji. These right to left holes really suit her right. Enjoys working the ball right to left. She's playing well this week. Couple of birdies on Thursday and Friday. She seems to enjoy that approach. Just rope a driver through the fairway. Try and get it as far down there as possible. The line looks to be okay. See it in her eyes. She still believes she has a chance. Last year's Order of Merit points champion, 6-time winner, Hee Jung. You'd think there should just be a little bunt with a 3-wood. Plenty of firepower, can run through the fairway. It is indeed a 3-wood. Yesterday after finding the greenside trap with her 2nd shot. Just gonna stay in the short grass. And with a 6-shot lead, you don't really have to bite off more than you can chew. Ga-young from the lower level of this ninth green. Really slow putt up and over this little rise, then everything should start to move to her left once it hits that top level. Very good touch. Heavy speed from Lim Hee Jung. Scoring opportunities on the back nine, especially playing the penultimate group as she did at Ildong Lakes. She's trying to post a number in the clubhouse and hope for the best. Oh Seong-hui. At least no name in this final 3-ball. She's hanging tough. She's been very impressive this week, and well, 3-wood as well. A good 15 yards behind Lim Hee Jung's tee shot. The final group and the good-sized gallery make their way down the 9th hole. Lim Hee Jung's advantage. 6 shots at the start of the day. Still 6 shots through 8 holes. Hee Jung for a rare, much-needed birdie on the difficult 9th. It was a terrific second shot. Love to see this one drop. And drop it will for Kim Hee Jung. That's a timely 3. Great response to the little mental error on 8. She goes out in 35, heads to the back 9 at 11 under par. Back into the top 5 once again. To one of the amateurs, the low amateur in fact, Lim Ji-yu, having a sparkling week. 115 meters left to start the back 9. Kim Hee Jung went out in 35. Oh, that's delightful from Ji-yu. Simply 3-wood off the tee. It's a hybrid in for the second shot. 65 meters left, perfect flat line. That started left. It's going to get a little help off that slope. Should finish in a pretty much identical spot to Lim Hee Jung. That's okay. Guarantee you most of these players would take that position if you gave it to them on the tee after 2 shots. Hee Jung, site of one of only 2 bogeys she made yesterday. Just a touch unlucky. Took a big kick left with that first bounce. It's going to roll to the middle. That's okay. Made with a 6-shot lead. No problems. Nothing to worry about just yet for Lim Hee Jung. Park Min-ji piled the pressure on. Ball sitting nicely in. It's on a bit of an upslope, so it'll help her get a little bit more elevation, try and land, stop this ball softly once it hits the green. 135 meters left. Had a 6-iron out, you can see on that graphic. I think she's just gone down to a 7. Bit of adrenaline coursing through the veins. Expecting a bit of a jumper here. That was an excellent call. Well-read lie for Park Min-ji up on the top level. Ji-hyun just made birdie from there. Park Min-ji keen to continue to try and put some pressure on the lady who has not blinked yet this week. Lim Hee Jung safely on the dance floor herself. Up to the 10th, and Lim Ji-yu to get to 9 under. Oh, very nicely done. 5 amateurs made the cut. The game at 1 over par at the halfway stage. 4 Koreans and Thailand's Natakrita Vongtavila. No one's going better this weekend. Lim Hee Jung's now got it to 9 under par for the championship and inside the top 10. But it's Lim Hee Jung in command of this tournament at 19 under par, enjoying a 6-shot lead over the defending champion, Park Min-ji. Seen this putt before. Goes Young Wee, bottom level. That one needs to hurry. It had the line, just lacked another roll or two. But a good 2-putt for Roh Seong-hui. Unfortunately, goes out 2 over par 38. Now falls outside of the top 10. Park Ji-young has made the turn. Slight hanging light for a third shot into this par 5. 119 meters left. That pin's in the back right section of the green, so this is a decent angle. Well, that's a more than decent result for Park Ji-young. Hee Jung just a couple of feet closer. So take 2 putts and run here. Snuggle this up close. Stress-free pars are your best friend with a championship lead. Just a little tentative. Not what you'd call a stress-free par. A little bit of work to do. Park Min-ji could make that hole look an awful lot smaller. If he can can this one for birdie. We saw from Kim Hee Jun's putt a couple of moments ago. Just wants to slide to the right, but it stays pretty straight. That last 4 to 6 feet. He's coming downhill just a fraction. This is a chance to really signal her intent. Min-ji for birdie at 9. Drifted left on her. Brave second shot. Only a par. So that would half of 33. He racked up 6 victories last season. To the 11th, Lim Hee Jung. Hole in one here yesterday from Im Jin-hee. 2 hole-in-ones this week already. The one hand off the club doesn't bode well. Just carries the trouble right of the green. It's not going to stay on the green. Just a little bit squirrely. The Korean amateur. Now, Hee Jung. For a bogey-free outward half of 33. No problems for Lim Hee Jung. 6-shot lead. 9 holes to play. Lim Hee Jung marching to the back 9. Now here is Im Jin-hee. Could possibly go back-to-back hole-in-ones on this hole, could she? She's 2 over the card today. She needed 7-9 as well. Oh, surely not. Im Jin-hee! My goodness. Well, a foot away from back-to-back aces. Hey, that's just absurd. She must love this 11th hole. Yesterday it was a slam dunk. Have another look at this today. I mean, she didn't seem to be too interested in it after it left the club face. But watch this. Little baby draw, pitched at a good 25 feet short. That was yesterday. Straight in it went for Im Jin-hee. And then today she comes up a roll and a half short. Back-to-back aces. I don't think I've ever seen that or heard of anyone doing that in a professional event ever. Oh, behind Ji-young. Oh, that went in with some authority. Very nicely done for Park Ji-young, who's piecing together a solid Sunday effort at the Korea Women's Open. 10th. Start of this back nine at Rainbow Hills sees the players tackle this 495-meter par 5. Trouble up the left-hand side, although that lake really doesn't come into play for these professionals. The pair of bunkers up the left-hand side, well, they do. It's usually a 3-shot hole for pretty much everyone in the field. 205 to get to the first of the 2 traps. The fairway is quite sizable before you get to those traps. So a lot of players electing to hit 3 woods because there is a lot of trouble up the right-hand side. We saw Park Min-ji blast the driver as far as she could down there yesterday because the layup, well, it's just about as hard as the tee shot, if not harder. Goes back up the hill, fairway kicks from left to right, trouble left and trouble right. Get up to the putting surface though. Well, it's a large green, 31 paces deep. Stay the pin in the back right section, 27 from the front and just 5 from the right. Min-ji tried to attack it too yesterday. I doubt we're going to see that same strategy in the back hole location today. Missing it in the front part of the right bunker. Oh, that leaves you a nasty long bunker shot. I say that, but it looks like Min-ji has got a driver out. This hole 2 to 3 days. Hee Jung just the once. It was yesterday. It's indeed the big stick for Park Min-ji. She starts the back nine trailing by 6.
Shot.
She's up at the left-hand rough. Definitely not going to be able to consider going for the green and 2 from there. Hee Jung hit driver yesterday in the perfect spot. And still laid up. He went on to make a birdie 4. You think with a 6-shot lead, it's a strategy to what she adopted on the 9th. So 3 wood for the tournament leader. I like this club. Clearly. Smooth swing for Hee Jung. Just going to catch the first cutter rough. No problems at all. Hee Jung played the back nine this week, 10 under par. 6 under par for the front 9. Into this round. So green. That will take a ton of experience this week. Bogey-free 67s in a major championship, playing in the last group Sunday. Wants to pick up a couple of birdies. Try and notch her best ever finish in a major championship on the KLPGA Tour. Well, Kim Jin-hee has played the par 3 11th in 3 shots over the weekend here at Rainbow Hills. Nice birdie for Kim Jin-hee. She'll head off to Fortune Hills next week to defend her BC Card Han-kyung Ladies Cup title she won last year. Together, best round of the chasing pack. 4 under, bogey free. God, she loves a tee shot like the one that Im Jin-hee just played a couple of moments ago. That took a rather spicy kick. It's going to hang up in the back fringe okay for the 26-year-old 4-time titleist. Lim Hee Jung back on 10. Made an outstanding par save yesterday on this hole after being out of position. Going to leave herself a birdie look this time round.
네, 하겠습니다.
Hee Jung return to form. Is the 31-year-old Rookie of the Year back in 2008. Has 2 titles to her resume. She's been in the doldrums over the last 5 years. Losing a card, going back to Q school several times. Just about creeps onto one of the sprinklers at the back edge of the green. No problems. Inside the top 10 and a share of 7th as things stand right now. Guy Young, fortunate with that second shot. Tucked it left, but avoided the cart path and the bushes beyond, although this ball's sitting down a bit, so look for her to pitch this about a third of the way up the green. Not going to be able to get too much spin on this one. Playing for the release and doing a very nice job of judging that. Good shot from Lee Ga-young. Gets a bit of grab on that. Well played. Nice tee shot from Kwon Seo-yeon. 20-year-old enjoying a good rookie season. Only 2 cuts missed. Off back-to-back top 10 finishes as well. To last week's champion, Park Min-ji. That should start to roll around to the right. Well done. Not an easy layup from the rough there. It's almost forcing you towards the valley on the right-hand side. Hee Jung, much better lie. She's in the first cut of rough. Still, there are a couple of scary shots that players have to conquer en route to the clubhouse at Rainbow Hills. This is one of them, the layup at 10. A tiny sliver of fairway. If you swing it like Lim Hee Jung, nothing is scary. Side by side with her closest pursuer. Simply to round up the group. Player in this group to find the fairway. Still, it has to be a layup for Seung Hui. Rescue club. It's a nice flat lie. Kick back to the fairway. No, just in the first cut of rough. No problems. Oh, Seung Hui. 13 under. Hee Jung at 19 under. Ahead on the green. Kim Hee Jun for back-to-back birdies to get to 12 under. Not to be for Kim Hee Jun. Just a solid par 5 will keep her in a share of 5th. To the closing hole, the 2018 champion, Oh Ji-hyun, sign off with 33. And a 3 it is at the 72nd hole for Oh Ji-hyun. That's a delightful final round, a 67 for one of the 2 ladies who share the scoring record at Rainbow Hills of 17 under par. Well played, Oh Ji-hyun. Ga-young. From the back edge, it should move about a foot from left to right. Another good putt. Another one that slips by the high side for Lee Ga-young. feet off the edge of the green, trying to take the slope out of this for Park Ji-young. Landing on a down slope. Kick everything left. Deft touch. The winner of the Mediheel Championship a couple of months ago. Beautiful shot yesterday afternoon to start the back nine. A very similar lie, slight hanging lie with the ball below her feet. The pin tucked in the back portion of the putting surface today. Deviated follow through. Just gets it to grab in time. That's fine. That's very tidy from Lim Hee Jung. Locked in a brilliant battle with Hung Jung-min for most of the day yesterday. Unfortunately, Jung-min just got out golfed and then took double bogey at 16. Not much cheer for the Doosan champion. She's 1 over today. Minji, 88 meters left. Firing it a little bit lower than Hee Jung, and just needed another couple of yards. First kind of rough on the left-hand side. So important when you've got a hanging line like this with the ball below your feet to keep that spine angle, keep that height, no dipping, no sort of bobbing up and down. Just came over a little bit on that. Excellent distance control from Ro Seong-hui. Tournament on this 2022 KLPGA Tour schedule has been a brilliant one. To Suji, last year's Hype Jinro champion, piecing together a very good performance today. Well, that's the reason why. Shots like that for Kim Soo-ji, who played the final group at the KLPGA Championship, although things didn't quite work out for her at Il-dong Lakes. Kwon Seo-yeon, delightful tee shot, but a lot of swing from right to left for the birdie. Yes, man. Back-to-back top 10 finishers coming into this week. 5th at the Lotte Open in Cheongna and 9th at the Celtrion Queens last week. And the rookie having a Korea Women's Open to remember. Kwon Seo-yeon, lovely birdie at the 11th. Indifferent wedge shot from 88 meters leaves Park Min-ji about a 30-footer. The birdie here at 10. That one's going to hang and stay wide for Park Min-ji. himself too much work to do after that third shot. Par is the best. ENG will manage. Hee Jung to get to 20 under par. So Ga Young's putt breaks a lot in the last 2-3 feet. It's pretty straight. The first 8. That one's hit with authority. That's what you like to see. Still trying to make birdies. Still trying to set that scoring record. Lim Hee Jung. Birdie will not come at the 10th for the leader. Surely a birdie on the way for Kim Soo-ji at 12. Well, very nicely done. 5 under par for this final round. Into a share of third goes the affable young Kim Soo-ji. Now to Ga Young, a hole further back. Take a little help from that slope. Keep coming. Keep coming. Well done. Ga Young. Nice tee shot. Now, come on, Seung Hui. For a second birdie of the day. Touch left to right. Ah, well done, Roh Seung Hui. Gutsy stuff. A birdie at 10 to start the inward half. Back inside the top 10. Roh Seung Hui. Got to concentrate on these, Minji. Okay, just about grabs a piece of the cup. Stays at 13 under. Should be a formality for Lim Hee Jung. Two and a half footer left, 4 apart. Just ticking down the holes is Lim Hee Jung. 4th at this championship 12 months ago. She's 6 clear in her bid for the trophy in 2022. Lee Ga-young, great birdie opportunity to come at the 11th. Soo-ji, after that nice birdie at the 12th, joins the group at 12 under. How about that 65 from Oh-ji Hyun, lower round of the championship. Moves the 2018 champion into the top 10. 36th playing of the national championship for South Korean women's golf has not disappointed. First edition all the way back in 1987, won by Kang Chun-ja. Back then, the total prize purse was just 10 million Korean won. This year, well, 1.2 billion Korean won, with 300 million up top for the champion. ENG looking to become only the third woman to successfully defend that title, not since Songbo Bae in 2004. We had a repeat champion. Kang Soo-yeon was the first with her back-to-back wins in 2000 and 2001. Rowe started off with a birdie on the 10th on her inward half. See if she can keep that going on the par 3 11th. Six iron, one club more than we've seen a number of players today. 7-iron's the preferred club of choice, and oh dear, turns that over into some very thick rough left of the green. That is just a dead spot right now. Watching on a downslope, not much green to work with. Shaking the head, she knows that was a bit of an error. ENG. Shots back. Feel this should be a 7-iron from ENG. Looking a good 20 feet right. 6-iron, that's plenty of bat. Much higher than Roh Seung-hoo's. Is that going to use the slope like Lee Ga-young did? Just on the wrong side of it. Still going to trickle back. But will have a significant amount of break from right to left. Lee Ga-young went on to 2-putt for her par, so Ga-young remains at 12 under. Lim Hee Jung started her back 9 birdie yesterday. This is a 7-iron for the championship leader. It's a very good 7-iron from the tournament leader. There's absolutely no let-up in the approach of Lim Hee Jung this Sunday afternoon. Time and time again, just continuing to hit pure golf shots. It's a case of catch me if you can at the start of the day. It's a bit of an unfair fight right now. Lim Hee Jung with an opportunity to get to 20 under par in just a couple of moments. Already set the low 54-hole scoring record at 16 under par. The low 72-hole scoring record could be in grave danger if this continues. Lim Hee Jung could shatter that record. Currently 17 under, held by the lady in the front left of your screen, Park Min-ji and Oh Ji-hyun. En route to victories in 2021 and 2018, respectively. Lim Hee Jung comfortably past that mark. Up to 12, and the amateur Lim Ji-yu for another birdie to get to 10 under par. Yes, ma'am. Double digits under par. In a share of 7th right now, Lim Ji-yu. Great start to the back 9. And a wonderful tournament for the very talented teenager. For the first time today, we gaze up the hill to this picturesque 12th tee box. Hee Jun with the honour in this group. Out with the driver. And you can muster the gumption to hit a good one and find that little island fairway. This hole becomes a birdie opportunity. Crowd seem to like it. And for good reason. Dissects the fairway. Lim Hee Jung. Company of Choi Hee Young and Lee Ka-young. A bit more left. Kim is Lee. A very similar result to the short stuff. Lee Ka-young. Drop back to the 11th. And, this is just unappetizing for Roh Seung-hui. Heavy lie. He's landing straight on that downslope. A good shot will be within 6 feet here. She has played a very, very tidy shot. Still has work to do. And that's excellent touch from a difficult position for Roh Seung-hui. Open up that club face, just chopped out on the back of the ball. Grip pressure is paramount. Now, Lee Chung-hyun and the 5 amateurs to make it through to the weekend stages. And the even par on her final hole of the day. Nice touch for Lee. She's going to end this championship with a level par total. National team coach Birdie Kim going to be very proud of the 4 young ladies who made the halfway cut at 1 over par. Now, Park Min-ji. Big swinger from right to left. She has an ability to make these on demand on Championship Sunday. It's tracking. It's tracking. Another one drops for Park Min-ji. Not going down without a fight. That's a 5th birdie of the final round for Park Min-ji. That closes the gap to just 5 strokes. Look at this. Poured it. Perfect pace. Perfect line. Straight in the middle. Min-ji. She still believes. 7 holes to play. Back to 12. And Kwon Seo-yeon to get to 11 under. Stay up. It will. Brilliant from Kwon Seo-yeon. Enjoying her debut Korean Women's Open. Back-to-back birdies on 11 and 12 for the KLPGA Tour rookie. Now, Roh Seung-hui. That's a terrific par save for the 21-year-old. Well, her best major championship performance came in last season's Height Jinro. Top 10 for her there, 10th place finish. Right now, just hanging on. Scoring opportunities to come. Lim Hee Jung. Seen Park Min-ji hold that to trim the lead to 5. Just to return it to 6 once again. Really can't see her missing this. It's a right edge putt, slightly uphill. So tantalizing for a right-handed golfer. She's unstoppable. Lim Hee Jung. Every time Park Min-ji throws a birdie at her, Lim Hee Jung throws one right back. 6 ahead, 7 to play. Choi Hee Young safely negotiated the tee shot at 12. 69 meters left. How much spin can she put on this one to this front right pin location? Not enough is the answer. That one releases on to the middle of the green. He hasn't been able to get anything going this final round. Sliding down the leaderboard. She She hasn't made a bogey yet. Just 11 straight pars. Lim Hee Jung. Difficulty with the front pin on 12 is you only got 56 meters left. You don't really have enough speed to generate that much spin to hold it on the front section. Take soft grip pressure and great touch to be able to do that. That's the problem. A lot of players going to be putting from past the pin of the 12. If you're trying to hit it to a full wedge yardage, it's the narrowest part of that island fairway. See if Lee Ka-young can work this one out. A little lower, should have a bit of grab on it. That's a beautiful shot from Lee Ka-young. Excellent technique and a good result. Last year's low amateur, Hwang Yo-min. Hiller for a closing birdie. Just peels off on the left-hand side. Third-ranked amateur in the world is Hwang Yo-min. Narrowly lost out to Park Min-ji at the NH Ladies Championship at Suwon Country Club a couple of weeks ago. Another fine performance at a major championship. This future star of the game. Well played, Hwang Yo-min. Min-ji, 12T. Well done. Straight down the pipe. For so many amateurs, you come to an elevated tee and you think, oh, this is great, I can hit the ball further, but anyone who's played the game for a long enough period of time will tell you that also means the ball spends more time in the air, and if it starts offline, it's got a lot of time to stray offline. Post that follow through. Just taking time to admire it. It's another fairway hit from Lim Hee Jung. 1 foot in front of the other. She's got one hand on the trophy already. Down to the green. Lee Ka-young's marker. Really good start line for Kim Hee Jun. You see, just rake left for Hee Jun. Hui. Little spring in her step now. Good birdie at 10. Nice up and down at 11. Trying to hang on to that. Is that turning over a fraction? Just about saved it at the bottom of the swing. That's okay now for Roh Seong-hui. Final 3 ball. Gonna jump in some carts. Zip down that hill to the 12th fairway. No lift for the spectators though. It's a perilous and slippery walk down the side of that hill. See if Choi Hee Young can get off the mark this Sunday afternoon. Gonna be looking more right than that, surely. Just really didn't look like she was settled over that. 8th place at present. Burst onto the scene in 2008. Achieved a good amount of success. Runner-up at the Hanwha Classic. And an 8th place finish at this championship. The career never really kicked off like we thought it would. Now Gaia to get to 13 under. Not an easy putt, but it's one she needs. Come outside the right. One drops for Lee Ga-young. Well done. Third birdie of the day. Popular player in South Korea. So many fans there to root her on, and they see her name move into sole possession of third at 13 under par. And the top two on the leaderboard make their way across the bridge to the 12th fairway. Hee Jung 6 clear of Park Min-ji, who's 1 clear of Lee Ga-young. Hee Jun, a little tiddler to stay at 11. Okay, no mistakes. Hee Jung. Just an inside right edge putt. Got to be convicted over these. Okay, well hold. A dozen pars in a row for Choi Hee Jung. Produce some sparks at the end of play Saturday afternoon to get into the penultimate group. Birdies at 15, 16. Let a couple get away on 17 and 18, but she's right there in a share of 8th. Curious spot for a couple of tents, but a nice location, a nice spot to watch Roh Seong-hui take on this second shot. You've seen how hard it is to keep it on the front portion of the green coming out the fairway. Seong-hui coming out of the rough, so she will need to land this short and have it skip on to get it close. Trying to flip a wedge up in the air to stop that with trajectory, and a bit unlucky that one. Dropped like a stone. Barely had any release on it. Hee Jung. So good this week with these shots. 54 meters left. Just gonna need lighten up that grip pressure. Through your right hand, through the club head, under the ball. Get as much spin as possible. That is the first poor wedge shot we've seen from Lim Hee Jung. Manages a wry smile. She's disappointed with that. So, is the proverbial door slightly ajar? The Park Min-ji, same problem faces her. 50 meters between her and the hole. Gonna play a Lee Ga-young-esque shot. Put that club face slightly. Throw the club head to the back of the ball, get as much spin as possible. That one coming in low. Should grab. Yeah, well played. Nice shot there from Park Min-ji. Hee Jung not in the most challenging spot as far as missing the 12th green goes. Min-ji, a decent look for birdie, and even with a 2-shot swing. Hee Jung will be 4 clear. It's going to take a minor miracle for anyone not named Lim Hee Jung to lift the trophy at the end of play today, because she's 4 under par and her lead remains 6. Hee Jung, as she was at the beginning of the weekend, in control of the 36th Korean Women's Open. looked from the camera angle at the back of the green that Lim Hee Jung is just on the upslope. That camera angle from down the fairway says she looks like she's more on the flat. Just wants to poke this just past the fringe. Everything will feed down to this hole. She couldn't, could she? That would have been an absolute dagger to the heart of Park Min-ji if that one dropped for Lim Hee Jung. Deft bit of touch, but work to be done for a par. Looks so unflappable this week, Hee Jung. Hong Jung-min, who was in a right old tussle with Lim Hee Jung on the back nine yesterday. This to get back to 9 under. That's a nice birdie, 3 at 13 for the Doosan match play champion. First birdie of this final round for Hong Jung-min. Stood on the 16th tee yesterday at 11 under par. Took double bogey to crash back down to 9. Now Min-ji saw this putt from Lee Ga-young earlier. It just swings back at the hole. Min-ji looking a little bit further right than Ga-young did. Oh no! How did that one not drop for Park Min-ji? Great effort. That's golf for you. You can do everything right. And if that ball doesn't cooperate, it's just not your day. There is Ga-young ahead on 13 on the fairway trap. 29 inches left. This should get quite a bit of spin. Gets a fortuitous kick, bit unlucky. That's going to just trickle the wrong side of the ridge, but it's pin high for Lee Ga-young. Yeah, why did that not kick left? Oh, I don't know. Why do we play golf? It's such a silly game, I tell you. Well, Hee Jung to keep the lead at 6. Straight putt, just watch how still she keeps that head. Just rocks the shoulders. Textbook. Just no wrist break at all. Minimal wrist break, I should say. When she gets over those putts, she looks so comfortable in all facets of her game throughout the course of this championship. And enjoys a 6-shot cushion over Park Min-ji, who's thrown everything but the kitchen sink at the 21-year-old this final round. The 13th hole is next up for the final 3 ball. Much like 12, an elevated tee shot played to a fairway. It swings from right to left. Water and trouble frame the left half of this fairway. A lot of players will be looking right in between those 2 bunkers through the fairway. 240 to run through into the first track. Just turn a little draw into this fairway that kicks from right to left. You should get a little bit of extra run. The second shot still plays downhill to a rather large green that's 34 paces deep. The pin today cut on the front left section, possibly one of the smallest spots on this green. 7 from the front and 7 from the left. As you can tell from the heat map, everything kicks from back to front, a little bit from right to left. Tough little target to access today. With just a fraction right on the green here. Let's catch the wrong side of the slope and end up where Lee Ga-young did. Back on the tee is Park Min-ji. Starting at the left of the 2 traps, staying pretty straight. Should get a little kick, no problems. Well done there, Min-ji. Yourself chances, that's all you need. 6 holes to play. Bob Rotella, who said, you never lose golf tournaments, you just run out of holes. And unfortunately for Park Min-ji, seems like she's going to run out of holes this week in a bid for a successful title defense. Hee Jung. Similar line to Park Min-ji's. Similar results. 14 top 10s in 2021. 10 top 5s, including a win at the High One Resorts Ladies Championship. Those top fives came here at the Korean Women's Open. 4th place, just behind Min-ji, Park Yun-kyung, and the amateur Hwang Yo-min. Safe to say, sort of comfortably better that this year. Now, Roh Seong-hui. Look of concern, turned over a fraction, gets a nice kick, just grabs a piece of the left edge of the fairway. Roh Seong-hui. Ladies will ship off to Fortune Hills next week for the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Cup. Perhaps that's going to be the week for Lee Ga-young. Up and over this little rise for birdie at 13. It's a good positive stroke. Unfortunately, does not drop for Lee Ga-young. Well, fans of Ga-young are going to be very encouraged by her performance, particularly on the greens this weekend. Much more aggression seen out of her. Now, Suji, time to check in with her on the 15th. 125 meters left pin, back on the difficult right section of the green. And that's underneath the hole for Kim Suji. 2 wins in 2021 for Suji. A career year for the young lady. To 13. Choi Hee Jung putting from just past the pin. And roll short of collecting an opening birdie today. 13 straight pars for Choi Hee Jung. No ground lost, but no ground gained. It really is just a delight to see her back playing some wonderful golf again. Choi Hee Jung, seasoned campaigner on the KGA Tour. Hee Jun. Just past the pin in the left half of the screen. One would think that this putt has to move the ball left to right, but I think just on this angle, it's not going to break quite as much. We'll see if Hee Jun can figure that one out, but it certainly is uphill. Overread it. So tricky, just that slope of the bunker, I think, negates any kind of break when you get around the hole from that angle. So par. Kim Hee Jun will keep her in red figures for the day and inside the top 5. Suji on 15. She climbed to 13 under par alongside Lee Ga-young. Leaving the flagstick in this afternoon. We saw her take it out yesterday. Aggressive. Now she's got that uncomfortable little 5-footer coming back down the hill for par. Good-sized crowds out and about watching this final round of the Korean Women's Open. We can treat it to an absolute feast of golf. And this young lady, Hee Jung, perfect spot in the fairway. Down slightly, 110 meters left. Second time on this back nine. She's come up just a touch short. Not quite short-sighted, but we really only have about 6-7 paces of green to work with. Applied some pressure on the last hole. Have to stick one in here close again. It's a wedge for the defending champ. It's a beauty from the defending champ. Don't think she's going to miss that one. Brilliant shot from Park Min-ji. Surely now she's going to get to 15 under par. Can Roh Seong-hui match that effort? She's last to play. Edge in hand as well from 103. Just covered that slightly. It's okay. Past the pin. Birdie look. Roh Seong-hui. Lee Jung. He just started to feel the sense of the occasion a touch. Different wedge shot on 12. Just short on 13. Don't think her ball's bounced back into the bunker. We'll obviously see when we get down there. Park Min-ji, with a kick-in birdie, awaits on the 13th green. She'll get to 15 under par. Hee Jung under pressure to stay at 20 under. Min-ji doing her best to keep things interesting for us. This back nine at Rainbow Hills.
Nice body.
Three secured for Park Min-ji. 15 under par she goes. Sixth birdie of this final round. Lee Ga-young on the 14th tee. How much does he want to chomp off the right half of this fairway? That's an aggressive line. It's got the legs, it's going to be nice. Ooh, just about carries the right side of that penalty area. Perfect position now. Don't think she meant to hit it that far right. That's okay. Hee Jung. Important, even on wide-looking fairways, as this appears from the tee. Still got to pick a specific target. Very precise. Much higher ball flight than Ga-young's. Carries the right edge of the penalty area with ease as well. Bunkered or not? Not Lim Hee Jung. Sitting up rather nicely. Pretty straightforward up and down now. Settle. Okay. Completely unfazed. Hee Jung. Suji, ticklish one down the hill for par at 15. Trying to preserve her momentum with the scoreable 16th to come. 5 under on her day, bogey free. I apologize, Suji. That was the commentator's curse right there. Unforgivable 3-putt from underneath the hole on 15. Drops her back to 11 under par, out of a share of 4th. Roh Seong-hui back on 13, trying to get back to double digits under par. Ooh, that wide left. Goodness me. That was a misread. I suspect a bit of a pull as well. Choi Hee Jung, last to go off this 14th. That one looked like it started a long way right. Oh no. That doesn't clear the penalty area, and I don't think she crossed the margin of the penalty area, so that might mean a reload. She has the option to take 2 club lengths from the point of entry, or point of entry in line with the hole and as far back as she wants, but she's better off just teeing it up again. Early moments for Hee Jung. Didn't see a bounce. It's a very expensive hole for a player who desperately needs a good finish this week. 101st on the money list starting this championship. Only 3 cuts made in the 9 events she's teed it up in. They look like they're walking off the tee, so maybe, by some miracle, that ball's okay. We'll check in on that in a moment. Hee Jung, a little bit of cleanup to do for a par. Well done. Well done, Lim Hee Jung. Couple of good up and downs on 12 and 13. Keep her scorecard clean. And that lead now 5 with 5 to play. All smiles. The 21-year-old Lim Hee Jung. Roh Seung-hui. Seventh in the Rookie of the Year points race in her debut season in 2020. Finished inside the top 40 on the money list before. Okay, no problems. Currently 64th on the money list, but obviously going to bank a nice big check this week. She should pick up a couple of spots and add to that 37 million won. She's already collected through the first 10 events of the 2022 season. Up to the 14th green, and Kwon Soo-yeon looking to make a dent in the lead of Lee Ewon in the Rookie of the Year points race. Not going to get a birdie to drop on the 14th, but right now in a share of 4th at 11 under, having a wonderful first Korean Women's Open. First look today at that beautiful Audi on the 17th tee, and first look today at a struggling Park Hyun-kyung. It's an ugly looking scorecard on the back 9. No birdies today, 2 doubles on 13 and 15. The misery of 2022 goes on for Park Hyun-kyung. Feed round, come on, come on. That's pin high. Yet to miss a cut this season, Park Hyun-kyung. It really hasn't been much of a factor at the business end of the leaderboard. She's the company of Rookie of the Year leader Lee Ewon this final round. And well, for the 2008 Rookie of the Year, that's good news, because that ball is on dry land. It looks to still be in the penalty area. And importantly, that's fine. It's a huge break for Choi Hee Jung. Big sigh of relief there. It's a huge difference. Playing 2 from here versus reloading 3 from the tee. Actually, on the far side of the... No, still inside the penalty area. Beg your pardon, got ahead of myself there. Now, won't be able to see the green from down there. Won't be able to even see the flagstick, I think. So she's got some working out to do. Ga Yong going to go first. 5 left. So plays second shot, plays about 10 yards uphill. And that's a good shot from Lee Ga-young. Smart shot past the pin. Just a little bit left. Hee Jung. Between Ga-young's ball and the flagstick would be an acceptable line. Got a bit more of an upslope than Ga-young did. As we've said throughout the course of the week, so important to make sure your weight gets through to your front foot. Without leaving it hanging back, easy to leave the club face open. You do not want to miss this green right. It's okay. Contact on this. Must be looking out to the left. It's okay. Good shot there. So important. You get into trouble, just get back in play. Don't compound the error. Couldn't afford to go right there. Leaves herself in a decent spot. Lots of green to work with for Choi Hee Jung, trying to keep that string of pars going. It's been 13 straight to start her day. She sits in a share of 7th, but also 10 shots behind the championship pace held by Lim Hee Jung, who has not been threatened over the course of the weekend's play here at the Korean Women's Open. Park Min-ji at 15 under, trying desperately to defend her championship, but it's Lim Hee Jung's title to lose. The 21-year-old leads by 5. A bit of a wait down on the 14th tee for the final 3 ball. ENG now ready to go. That's an awkward little tee shot for her. Predominantly moves it right to left. This fairway angles from left to right. It's going to look well out over the penalty area, just trying to swoop a draw back into play. Yes, just like that. Good shot for Choi Hee Jung. Up ahead. Okay, just going to make sure she carries this, I'd say, at least halfway to the hole. It will be down here, but it'll sort of flatten out when it gets to the hole. If she tries to pitch this too close to the fringe, she'll take a very big kick on a downslope and go racing on past. Excellent shot from Choi Hee Jung. Real bit of touch and class there. Hee Jung, so it looks like it's going to be 14 pars in a row for Choi Hee Jung. Hee Jung has birdied this hole every single round so far. That is A-OK for the championship leader on the 14th. Birdie look for Hee Jun ahead on the green. It's a nice look, but again, as we've seen throughout the course of this week, players just not hitting it hard enough. Two birdies against one drop shot today for Kim Hee Jun. Ga Young. Can she find a timely 3 at the 14th? Started at Choi Hee Jung's marker, not high enough for Lee Ga Young. Wow, that put its indicators on halfway there. And right now, as things stand, Lee Ga Young in a rather comfortable spot. She's 2 shots behind second place, Park Min-ji. She's 2 clear of 3 players at 11 under par. Problems for a par at the 14th. Have to do some quick math, but she is projected to move up into 4th on the money list at the conclusion of play today, if things remain as they are. Choi Hee Jung brushes that in for an adventurous par 4 at the 14th. 31-year-old still hanging on inside the top 10 in a share of 7th. Now Park Hyun-kyung, last year's runner-up, with an outside chance for a first birdie of what has been a frustrating final round. That's looking sluggish. It's not going to threaten the hole. It's really been a Sunday to forget for Park Hyun-kyung. Still has her fans as the 2-time KLPGA championship winner. She spent some cash this Sunday in Yeomsum County. Now, Lim Hee Jung taking dead aim from 104. Favorite club in hand, favorite hole on the golf course, and that's pin high for Lim Hee Jung. Can she make 4 birdies at the 14th hole this week? That'd be some playing. Lim Hee Jung. Did you see that? He knows. Gotta continue to keep the pressure on Hee Jung. Flag tuck right on the edge of the green, just 4 paces from the right fringe. Float a little 9-iron in there. Just turned it over a fraction, and bit of a poor shot from Park Min-ji to miss the green from only 100 meters. Well, Hong Jong-min picked up a birdie at 13. As for a birdie at 15 to get back to double digits under par. Good effort, nice roll. It's tricky putting down that fall line. Not an easy putt to judge speed and break wise, so she'll settle for a 4 to stay at 9 under in a share of 9th. The round of the day still belongs to Oh-ji Hyun. Wonderful bogey-free 65 from the 2018 champion, leaving her inside the top 10. Young. Just past that little spine in the green, so a slightly easier putt to read. The one that Hong Jong-min faced. Still wants to move from right to left for Park Ji-young. Process, taking their time. You just want to visualize that ball rolling over its spot, just to save a par and stay inside that top 10, 9 under. Just coming off a bogey at 12, and oh dear, a bogey at 12, double at 14. Bogey at 15. Park Ju-young's given up 4 shots in 4 holes. Now drops into a share of 13th. All coming a bit unstuck for the Mediheal champion on this back 9. Now Min-ji, interesting here, electing to putt this out of the secondary cut of rough. And that one might come back to haunt her. She's such a good chipper of the ball, and there's some sticky surrounds around these greens at Rainbow Hills. So curious club selection. And Lim Hee Jung's closest pursuer under pressure on the 14th. Got Kwon Seo-yeon, who is this to break out of the tie at 11 under. Yes, she can. Lovely 3 for Kwon Seo-yeon on the 15th. That's a 3rd birdie of her back 9, and now moves into sole possession of 4th at 12 under par. Very good back 9 she's having this Sunday. Safe to say no one's enjoying the Sunday at Rainbow Hills more than Lim Hee Jung. She's hole putts of this length every single day on 14. Suppose it's only poetic. If she rolls yet another one in on the back 9 Sunday afternoon. This left to righter for a birdie 3. Oh, just a par on 14 Sunday. What's wrong, Hee Jung? Of course, I jest. Take pars all the way home to the clubhouse. 6 clear. 5 clear, looking to be 6 in just a moment or two. First look today at Sung Yoo-jin on the par 5 16th. Went for the green in 2, missed it just out to the left. That's the place to miss it. A lot of room to play with. Last year's Celltrion, the Evercollagen Queen's Cup, beg your pardon. This is the Two-time Celtrion Queens champion Park Min-ji. A ton of work to do to stay within 5. No, and like Lee Ga-young from a similar spot, she misses it low. The second bogey of the day. Could be the last bit of hope extinguished from Park Min-ji's charge. Now falls 6 shots behind the tournament lead. Up on 15, Lim Hee Jung out of the first cut of rough from 124. Oh, very nice shot. Not going to make it quite all the way to that little ledge, but a birdie putt nonetheless. Ga-young just straight off the fairway, which complicates this second shot a touch. How's that lie look? The second shot at 15 plays so significantly uphill. A green that's pitched very severely from back to front. You want to be coming out the fairway to give yourself the best chance for good control. Ga-young will have to manage out the rough. 122. Oh, and that must have been an awful lie for Lee Ga-young. Oh, no. Pays the price for missing this 15th fairway. Well, I said it was a comfortable position a while ago. But Kwon Seo-yeon's birdie on the very same hole has given Ga-young something to think about. Back at 14, Roh Seung-hui after a fine second shot. Chance to move into a share of 7th. Oh, brilliant. Well done. Lovely 3 for Roh Seung-hui. Finally back at 10 under par. Share of 7th as things stand. Now Suji on 16. Not able to attack into indifferent wedge shot to here. A chance for a birdie to move alongside Kwon Seo-yeon at 12 under. It's been another solid week at a major championship for Kim Soo-ji. Season-ending major at Blue Heron last year. Top 10 finish at the KGA Championship this year. Currently running in a share of 5th in the second major championship of 2022. But a Park Min-ji bogey on 14 returns Lim Hee Jung's advantage once again to 6 shots. Hee Jung with one hand on the trophy. Just 4 holes left to play. Third shot now for Lee Ga-young. Can just about see the top of the flagstick. 75 meters to go. Come back a little bit, come back a little bit. Oh, it's hung up in the fringe. She was cruising along so well, much like Park Ji-young. Is coming unstuck a little bit on this back nine. On the home hole, Park Hyun-kyung. There'll be a big cheer if this one goes in. For the very popular player. Fourth on the money list last season. Couldn't go without making a birdie in the final round. Park Hyun-kyung, where was that 12 months ago? Comes home in 40 with a reason to smile. A birdie in front of her adoring fans on the 18th green. Finishes in a tie for 36th place. Eugene for a birdie to creep inside the top 10. Oh, took a little spin around, but drops in for Sung Yoo-jin. 2 under par for this final round. Nicely done. Well, chipped in for birdie on Friday. Chipped in for birdie yesterday. Certainly the hardest chip she's played or had to face on 15 this week. Tricky. That's going to feed off down that lower tier. 3 times not a charm for Choi Hee-young. She wants to keep that run of pars going. That's going to have to drop for the KGA Tour veteran. He just hasn't had her best stuff this Sunday afternoon. Now to the low amateur, Kim Ji-yoo. A share of 7th right now. 92 meters left to the par 5 16th. Gonna get it up on that back plateau. Did that with room to spare. That's okay. Another look at birdie. Oh, the teenager. And this is a birdie look for Kim Hee Jung on 15. Up and over the rise, turns hard left. Yeah, good pace. Not easy, putting up and over tiers. Judge that very nicely indeed, Kim Hee Jung. Now, Eugene on 17. Audi still up for grabs. 2 aces this week, none of them coming on the penultimate hole. That one just out to the right. It's a little slope, but should feed it left. Okay, not too bad for Sung Yoo-jin. Par putt now for Choi Hee-young at the 15th. Looking a little bit further right. She needs to hit this with a bit of authority. Really slow. Hard left as it crested the ridge. So a streak of 14 straight pars comes to an end on 15 for Choi Hee-young. Doesn't want to step on Lee Ga-young's line. Now teeters back down to 9 under par. Suji next to play on 17, the same club as Sung Yoo-jin. This one heading up the left. Oh, it was a brave line straight at the flagstick. This aggressive tee shot from Kim Suji. This is her game for these major championships. Continue a great streak of top 10 finishes. Ga-young to stay at 13 under. Very quick down the slope. Should start to move right. Oh, how she left that short. Well, paid the price for an errant tee shot, did Lee Ga-young on the 15th. Bogey 5. His drop shot of the afternoon. Now slips back into a tie for third place with Kwon Seo-yeon. Im Jin-hee bunkered on the 16th. Pretty much all she could do there. To get that close, she would have had to just kill it on that slope. That was a very risky play. Now the 15th we head, the final group of the day. Seung-gyu, the championship leader, Hee Jung. They've negotiated the tee shot. That's green, just sits 21 meters above the level of the fairway. He's be coming in with a substantial amount of club. That looks okay for Hee Jung in the left rough. That one's going to go running through the green, not going to make it all the way to the gorse bushes. By no means a straightforward up and down, pitching downhill with everything running away from her. The line looks even worse for Roh Seung-yeon. Roh Seung-hui on the right side of this fairway. I think it's quite as bad as Lee Ga-young's, because she's got a rescue club out. 29 meters to go. It's a very similar result to Lee Ga-young at some of the nastiest rough on the golf course, right side of 15. After battling so bravely to get back to 10 under par. Well, got a work cut out for her again. Now Minji, only player in this group to hit the fairway. Now or never, Minji. 125 remaining. Just needed another yard or two to kick it onto the green. On the front fringe of Park Min-ji. Running out of holes. 6 shots the deficit. Seung Yoo-jin on 17. Just outside of 20 feet. Left to right in this one. Like Park Hyun-kyung. Just can't seem to get the speed right from the right half of this par 3 green, coming up about 1.5 feet short. Ji-yoo. Downhill the first third, and then flattens out, goes back up the hill as it gets to the hole. Got the pace right. Line needed a bit of work for Lim Ji-yoo. She's going to take a bucket load of confidence off the back of this performance at the National Championship. I have to say, certainly the most unknown of the 5 amateurs that came into this week. Came into this weekend, I should say. Peter Vongtavila, the prolific winner back in Thailand. Wang Yo-min, multiple-time low amateur KLPGA events at Bangshin Sil. The uber-talented 15-year-old Suji for a rare 3-2 at 17. Wasn't far off. Quite interesting. Noted, took the flag sticks out. She was putting yesterday, so her putt with a flag stick in pretty much since they changed the rule a couple of years ago, allowing players to do that. So left the flag stick back in for this final round. Now, Roh still in the thick stuff on the 15th. Going to make it up to that little plateau for Roh Seung-hui. Well, Im Jin-hee, a birdie look to try to get her to 8 under par. Had a line read from Lim Hee Jung, but that is going to end up in a very similar spot. Started the day at 8 under, only double bogey on the third, put pay to her chances early. Did have a nice birdie at 11. Other than that, all bars on the scorecard of Im Jin Hee. Min Ji first to go, and that's a great camera angle to show you just how pitched this green is from back to front. It's a super slow putt from the front edge of the green for Park Min Ji, and all moving from right to left. Absolutely hammered that. It's only rolled about a foot and a half past the cup. Good touch from Park Min Ji. Hee Jung, all nestled down in the rough on a down slope. Everything running away from her. Just fan that club face open. Almost about to land this in the rough, actually. She's landed that all the way on the green. Caught a piece of the cup. Is it going to stay up? Is it going to stay up? No, it's not. I mean, that's just such a hard spot. It was really an impossible shot for Lim Hee Jung. Only real big mistake she's made today, missing 15 long. And again, she can afford to drop a shot here. And with a 6-shot cushion, Park Min Ji can do no better than a par 4. Yeah, just so difficult. I mean, look at the slope at the back edge of 15. Now, come on, GU. What have you got for us on this beautiful par 3? This whole Saturday evening. Middle of the green here. Try and turn a little draw to this back left flag. Started a long way right, and it's not turning over. Ooh, splashes into the sand. Seung-hui first to putt for par from the lower level of this 15th. Not going to make it. So just as quickly as she returned to 10 under, she's going to give one of those shots back. Slips to a group of 5 players at 9 under par. Second bogey of the afternoon. Now Hee Jung, she knows what this is going to do. It's so hard to convince yourself to hit putts hard enough. Especially coming up very steep slopes like this one on the 15th. So there's about a foot and a half a break from right to left. This for par. Good effort. First player we've seen miss one high from down there. So she will slip back off 20 under. Another look here just to keep the scorecard clean. There's all eyes on the prize for Lim Hee Jung. Park Min Ji gave up a shot on 14. She'll get one back, having only made a par on 15. Still requires a bit of attention, this. No peeking. Keep that head down, nice and steady. Yeah, well done. Good 2-putt for Park Min Ji. Drop shot, first of the day, comes at 15 for Lim Hee Jung. Now heads up to the easiest hole in the golf course, the downhill par 5 16th with a 5-shot cushion. 3 holes remaining. On that 16th tee, Lim Hee Jung. She turn one over. Leave herself in the go zone. This hole 3 under par so far this week. Eagled it on day 1. That's going to get a big old kick and go releasing down the hill. Might actually even run through the fairway for Lim Hee Jung. Definitely will be able to attack with her second shot. Par 5. Big difference to the pocketbook. Solo third versus a share of third. This is her last real straightforward birdie opportunity. It certainly is if you can find the fairway like that. Excellent tee shot from Hee Jung and Ga Young on 16. Rounding out this 3-ball. Hee Jung. Seeing she can still move it out there. Oldest player on that leaderboard right now. Just leaking a fraction right. It's not going to catch the slope, I think. Yeah, have to lay up the back there. She made birdie after laying up yesterday. She'd give for a similar result Sunday afternoon. The ultimate group make their way off the 16th tee. Final group making their way up to the 16th tee. See Lim Hee Jung and Park Min-ji already on the tee box, so it'll be a bit of a wait for them. We'll jump up to 17 and the low amateur MGU. Lots of room to work with here. Options. Dump and run. Fly it further with spin. How does she see this shot? Fly it there with spin. Didn't quite get enough purchase on the ball. It's a fearless shot to play. Especially with trouble lurking on the other side. So many weekend golfers that just look across and see the bushes and think, no, I'll hit the old fat and run here. Yeah, Kwon Seo-yeon on the 16th, currently in a share of third with Lee Ga-young. That one's not going to drop. So many players misreading that. They think it's going to move to the left, and it actually goes the other way. So Seo-yeon will do no better than a par 5 at 16. Ga-young in great position down the fairway to go for this green in 2. Very assured performance from Kwon Seo-yeon, making a debut at the Korean Women's Open. Currently sitting third on the Rookie of the Year points race. Going to bag a number of very valuable points at the end of play today. Park Ji-young. Just outside of the top 10 last year at this championship, finished 13th. Right now, Ji-young with a little putt to try to claw one back. Surely she knows this has to drift right. Just saw Kwon Seo-yeon's putt do that. All by herself in 14th. At 8 under, just to move back into the top 10. It's a much better line. It's a much better result. Stops the bleeding with a nice 4 at 16. Park Ji-young goes back inside the top 10 at 9 under par. And a costly stretch of 4 drop shots in 4 holes. That'll leave a sour taste in your mouth. But nice birdie at 16. Time to sit down on the tee box, enjoy your chat, have a banana, keep the energy levels up. KGA and Hee Jung, they've had some great tussles through the years, not just on the KLPGA, but on the Korean national team as well. Kim Soo-ji on the home hole from 140. Scary pin on the left edge of the green. Traditional Sunday pin here at Rainbow Hills. Didn't look best pleased. That's why I just left that one out to dry. Still middle of the green. Another good major championship. Kim Soo-ji went through for her first title in 2021 at the KGA Daily Ladies Open. Followed it up 2 months later with her first major title at the Hike Jinro Championship at Blue Heron. Outdrew Park Min-ji down the stretch there. Now Sung Yoo Jin. Started straight on line. Oh, just turn it over a fraction. That's okay. Gets caught up in some of the thick rough. I would have been nervy watching that one. But it's fine for Sung Yoo Jin. Kwon Soo-yeon staying at 12 under. Every putt critical. Sunday afternoon when you're playing for the big bucks. Yeah, well done. Two wins on the Dream Tour in 2021 en route to a second place finish in the season earnings category, earning a spot on the KLPGA this year. Hee Jung, long way back.
Shot.
A squirrely tee shot. Laying this one up as close as she can to the green. Yeah, nicely played. Big group of players tied at 9 under par, 6 of them in fact. Tee shots were excellent from Lee Ga-young and Kim Hee Jung. In fact, they were too good to just run through the fairway. Par saving putt for Lim Hee Jung on 17. Brilliant up and down from Lim Hee Jung. Stays in 7th place by herself at 10 under par with just the 72nd hole to play. What a week to remember it's been for Lim Hee Jung. I think it's Lee Ga-young first to play. And no question she can get to this green in 2. It's inside 200 meters left. The line, unfortunately, looks like it's just sitting down a touch. And that pin is just cut at the top of a little rise. We'll quickly jump ahead to 18 first in the penalty area, but safe is Sung Yoo Jin. But unable to get any spin on that ball coming out of the heavy rough. The 6 players tied at 9 under. And it's going to be to keep her inside the top 10. Now, Ga-young. Pin just cut at the top of a little rise. She carries this 6-7 paces on the front edge. Just hope it runs up. Started out right, trying to sling a little draw in there. Slings it in, but it's going to release through the green over the back. It's fine. Certainly an easier up and down from the back of 16 than it is from the front. Similar case for Kim Hee Jung here, although her line looks a little bit better. Front portion to this 16th green. You can find it. People should chase up. This one on a much better line. Oh, just just coming up short. I mean, if that one carried another 4 yards, she could be thinking of a second eagle of the week at the 16th hole, but she's bunkered. You'd rather Lee Ga-young's third shot than Kim Hee Jun's. A bit easier from the back of the green. Now, Suji on the 18th to set the clubhouse target. It's for a birdie and to post 12 under par. From right to left, straighten out as it approaches the hole. It's on a good line. Well, another solid week at a major championship for 26-year-old Kim Soo-ji. Not going to be a second major title of her career. She's once again proving she's very comfortable hanging with the big girls. After that long wait, ENG. Imperative she hugs the left side of this fairway so she can go for this green. It's looking like a good line. Yep, gets the nice bounce. ENG not going to run through the fairway. That's an A1 position for the 2021 champion. Anything can happen. Remember how she won her first title last year. Posted the clubhouse target. Zhang Hana inexplicably bogeyed 18. ENG triumphed in a 2-hole playoff, and the rest, as they say, was history. Lets one rip. 16th. Oh, that took a very soft bounce. That's unlucky for Roh Seung-hui. Look at that, another 5-6 yards. That releases down the slope another 20-30 yards. Not sure she's going to be able to reach the green with her second shot now. Lim Hee Jung. Driver. No let up in Hee Jung's game plan on 16. Two. Just catching the top of the slope. We saw a layup yesterday after a booming tee shot. Perhaps she'll do the same today from the top of the hill. 118, big money putt for Sung Yoo Jin. It's going to be costly. Fall out of a share of 8th and sit back in a share of 13th. Kwon Seo-yeon a hole further back with a 6-iron.
Oh.
At the middle and turning over. Certainly looks to be a good line. That's a very nice line. Been really impressive this week, Kwon Seo-yeon. But no one's been more impressive than Lim Hee Jung, the 21-year-old, 5 shots clear, safely down the 16th fairway. Now the action reaching its crescendo. 2.5 holes to play for Lim Hee Jung and her closest pursuer, Park Min-ji. Lee Ga-young just through the back of the par 5 in 2. Kwon Seo-yeon with a birdie look to come at the par 3 17th. Those are your top 4 runners. And to no one's surprise, Lim Hee Jung taking the smart conservative play here, just laying up with her second shot. Doesn't need to take on unnecessary risk right here. One hand on the trophy already.
좋다. 좋아, 좋아. 쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉. 굿샷. 조금만 힘내자, 임정.
She's been so good with wedges over the course of this championship. Yeah, don't put it past her, making birdie the long way of this 70th hole of the 36th Korea Women's Open. To 17, and the 20-year-old KLPGA Tour rookie Kwon Seo-yeon for a birdie to get to 13 under par. Is it going to get there? You bet it will. What a 2 at 17 for Kwon Seo-yeon. What a back 9 she's piecing together. That's 4 birdies since she hit the turn. Now moves into sole possession of third, one ahead of Lee Ga-young, who's got this pitch from the back of the 16th green. Really straightforward up and down. Little chip and run. Looked like she caught that one a little heavy. Leading edge got tangled up in the sticky rough. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be her Sunday again, Lee Ga-young. And the quest for a breakthrough title continues. So many wonderful champions through the years here at the Korean Women's Open, I should say. All the way back in 1987, when Kang Chun-ja won the very first edition. All the way up to Park Min-ji back in 2021. 17 under par, the target. LPGA major champions on that list as well. So Yeon-yu, Park Sung-hyun, Kim Hyo-ju, Chun In-ji, all former winners of this championship. Ga-young now with work to do for a birdie. Peels off to the right like so many before her. Despite a cracking tee shot, it's only a par. Lee Ga-young now slips back into 4th, 12 under. Green is clear for Park Min-ji. He's been waiting a while back on this fairway. Waited a while on the tee. Last year, she made it a little bit more exciting than it needed to be, finding the penalty area with her second shot on this hole. I don't think she's thinking about that today. 194 with a hybrid. Trying to chase a low one. Is it going to make it? Is it going to make it? Just running out of steam. That first bounce in the rough really took the sting out of it. Bit unlucky, but an eagle putt nonetheless for Park Min-ji. To 18 and Im Jin-hee. Quite a long ways back on this closing hole. 158 meters over the water to this peninsula green. Oh, and she's had eyes for the flagstick. Lovely shot for Im Jin-hee. We'll have that putt left for a level par round of 72. Back to 16. Lim Hee Jung. One more good wedge shot required. That one looked a bit quick. Oh, it's lucky. A little bit of help from that back slope. Probably the worst wedge shot we've seen her hit this week. But it matters not with a 5-shot cushion. Oh, Seong-hui still playing for a fair amount of change. moment running in a share of 8th. 67 meters left. Vital to carry that little ridge. Hasn't done that. That's a poor shot. With only a lob wedge for Roh Seong-hui. Jin Hee for a 72. A closing birdie for Im Jin Hee. A bit of a pedestrian final round. Comes home in 34 and takes a ton of confidence and a share of 12th place into her title defense next week at Fortune Hills. 6 golfers left to try to snag that beautiful Audi SUV. Kim Hee Jung, beg your pardon. Birdie this hole both previous days. One leaking a touch right, is it? Well, only just. Nice tee shot from Hee Jung. That little shout didn't put her off on her backswing. Well, Park Min-ji. To keep things interesting, this one's got to drop. It's not the easiest putt to read. Up and over that little tier. It moves hard to the left once it gets to that top plateau. Just short in the jaws. Park Min-ji. It's a birdie that will prop her back to 15 under par. With just 2 holes left to play. I think it would take a miracle for Park Min-ji to get a hand on that trophy for a second successive year. But it's a 7th birdie of this final round. A world-class player, Park Min-ji. Up to 18. And what hopefully is the final shot of Lim Hee Jung's campaign in this 2022 Korea Women's Open. Wonderful display from the teenager. Bogey-free 69 on Championship Sunday. She ends this week as the low amateur at the 36th Korea Women's Open. 10 under par. 3 rounds in the 60s to close. Well played. GU. Roh Seong-hui. Gotta give this one a wrap. She's seen how slow it is. This for birdie. That one was left all the way. Young, as she's done for the first couple of days, using the left half of the tee box and a rope a 6-iron in there. She hates it. Just left the club face open a fraction. It's no problems. The top 3 finish slipping out of her grasp, barring a calamitous collapse from Kwon Seo-yeon in the group just in front of her. Tournament leader, Lim Hee Jung. Putting off this back fringe, downhill, and back up slightly at the end. Should stay pretty straight the last couple of feet. They're not all going to drop Hee Jung. A brilliant effort. And a par will do. A par will do nicely for Lim Hee Jung. 4 clear, 2 to play. This close to getting back to 20 under par.
잠깐 멈출게요. 플레이하겠습니다.
Hee Jung's dropped another shot. running outside the top 10. But that's more like it from Choi Hee Young. Missed a putt shorter than that for birdie at the closing stages of play yesterday evening. She'll have that to get back inside the top 10 on Sunday. And a 7th birdie of the day draws Park Min-ji within 4 of Lim Hee Jung. But it's still the 21-year-old's championship to lose. Hee Jung looking for major number 2 and sitting out in front. Last gasp here for Lee Ka-young on the penultimate hole. Right to lefter. Slow putt. Can she match what Kwon Seo-yeon did? No, she can't. Great effort from Lee Ka-young. Good positive stroke. There's a tiddly little comebacker for Lee Ka-young to remain in solo 4th. Doesn't want to drop into a 3-way tie for 4th place, that's for certain. Now, come on, Hee Jung. Everyone's rooting for this one to go in, to get back inside the top 10. No, that was a very poor stroke. Just saw the toe of the putter come swinging around, close the blade. She admitted she's nervous again being in this position. It's been a long time removed from being in contention on a weekend. But she'll take confidence from a good week here at Rainbow Hills. Kim Hee-jun to tie Lee Ka-young at 12 under. Not to beat. So much break in that putt. Very hard to to trust that it's going to move as much as it does. Back on the tee. Final group waiting. Ga Young now live to stay at 12 under par. Inside left edge. Good positive putt for Lee Ga Young. 12 under, she plays the 72nd hole of this championship. Pars all around in that penultimate group. Now to Park Min-ji. 2 holes to play, 4 down. 3 players left who could potentially drive home in a brand new Audi SUV. Ooh, phone's just gone off there. I don't think it put Min-ji off too much, but oh, that is a horrible miss. Short-sided left. She's got the all clear, but I don't think she's going to have a backswing from there. Well, it really just falls off on the left-hand side of that green. No, it's safe, Min-ji. I don't think you got to take another pill. Well, that could be game, set, and match. Lim Hee Jung finds the putting surface on this 17th hole. Ro Seong-hui. The rescue club. Let's be slightly into these players' faces. The breeze hasn't been much to speak of throughout the course of the week at Rainbow Hills. Excellent tee shot. Go on, go on! Lovely from Ro Seong-hui. What a time to find a shot like that. For Lim Hee Jung, anything right of this pin will do. 4-shot cushion with your closest pursuer in all kinds of trouble on the left-hand side of this green. Don't need to be a hero. You just need 2 pars, even 2 bogeys. We'll get the job done. I think that's the right club. 6 iron for Hee Jung. Open the left side of the tee box. Open up the angle to the right half of the green. That's perfect for Lim Hee Jung. That's an outstanding shot. The engraver can start his job. Scribbling Lim Hee Jung on the championship trophy. Park Min-ji going to play a provisional ball, I believe. Well, there's a substantial amount of change to play for. 2 shots ahead of Kwan Seo Yeon. 3 ahead of Ga Young. I think this one. Ooh. Oh my. I mean, she didn't look enamored with it, but goodness me, that's almost gone in. That would have been sub 3 if that one dropped. Maybe she gets a postcard of the Audi if that one went in. But it's too little too late. Park Min-ji on the home hole. Kim with driver. 5th place with Kim Soo-ji, who's already signed the clubhouse. Nice looking swing from Kim Hee Jung. Very nice result. Straight down the middle of the fairway. For Lee Ga Young. Very good week's work. Still has to concentrate though. It's a wide looking fairway from the tee box this 18th, but the further down you go, the narrower it pinches in, particularly on the left hand side. Got to look right edge of the fairway here. Good swing. Lee Ka-young. A very nice result.
약간 여기까지 나와도 돼.
아,
가까워지시.
아니 방향은 제
Minji's
방향이에요.
ball
아 그래요?
was a bit
헤드가.
safe, but has no
더
backswing and no
하셔도 돼요.
shot.
아,
예예.
네.
So we'll be
키
taking
많아요?
an unplayable line. It's 2 club lengths of relief from when the
가도
ball
안
came to rest. It should be
Yeah,
dropping
yeah, yeah.
and playing 3. Leave her to sort that one out as we jump up to the 18th green and Hong Jung-min. Been a frustrating last 21 holes for the 20-year-old. 74 to end her week at KLP, the Korean Women's Open. About it. To come home in 37 today, just the one birdie on her scorecard. Played the last 21 holes of this championship in 4 over par. And only one birdie in that 21-hole stretch. She'll be back. Too good of a player to not contend. in all of
올라가서
these
걸려도
majors
그냥 치면 되죠.
in the years to come. So that's what faces Park Min-ji. It's pretty much just a wall of rough and nastiness in front of her. Uphill lie. Pop it up. Well played. So she's got that for bogey. To only drop 1. Remember, she's 15 under par. Kwon Seo-yeon at 13, playing the last. Big difference between solo second and a share of second. This is Kwon Seo-yeon to get in the clubhouse at 14 under. Lovely second shot, downhill putt. Not going to stay up for Kwon Seo-yeon. A terrific debut in her rookie season. KLPGA second major championship of the year. A closing round of 68, coming home in 32 strokes. Well played, Kwon Seo-yeon. A top 3 finish at her national championship. Valuable Rookie of the Year points going the way of Kwon Seo-yeon. It's all about Lim Hee Jung. This for birdie on 17. 2 cups outside the left edge. Ooh, smash that one through the break. She knows, pars, we get the job done. Shot lead will be at least 5. She stands on the 18th tee. 2 swings away from being able to enjoy her walk towards a second major title. Only 1 drop shot this afternoon. Only 3 drop shots this weekend for Lim Hee Jung. To 18. Jun. 20 feet right of the pin. This is good. 42 meters left. Back nicely. Safely on the green for Kim Hee-jun. It's going to be her best ever finish in a major championship. But there's some money on the line over the next 15 minutes for Park Min-ji. Is to drop 1, but to hang on to sole possession of second. There's always going to be a bit of an ask after that tee shot. Double bogey 5. Slides Park Min-ji back into a share of second place with Kwon Seo-yeon, who's already back feet up in the clubhouse after a delightful round of 68 today. Lee Ka-young taking dead aim here on the 18th. A very good line. Has it got the number? Oh no! Oh gosh, Lee Ka-young. That looks so good in the end. It's didn't look like a miss hit. That is just a heartbreaking way to finish for a player who at one point this afternoon was in a share of second place. Oh, it's an expensive end to the championship for Lee Kai-young. Roh Seong-hui, brilliant tee shot into 17. This to get to 10 under par. Nicely done. He's battled bravely, hasn't had a best stuff this Sunday afternoon. But a fourth birdie of the day is going to take Roh Seong-hui into a share of 7th. Lim Hee Jung, 6-shot lead, 1 hole to play. Okay, the good news is that ball's not in the penalty area for Lee Kai-young. Bad news is we can't see it from this aerial shot. That line must be absolutely dreadful. He's avoided the tall fescue, but it's still some very sticky Bermuda rough. Just pitching into that severe upslope. Ideally, you just want to play a little stab and run. Try to square that club face up, almost catch it off the toe. You're pitching into an upslope like this, and that ball's going to be coming out rather high. But not a lot of run. So tricky to judge how it's going to come out of heavy lies in this rough. If he tries to carry this a little bit further, with a bit of height, and it comes out spicy, and that's going to go trickling over the other side of the green. Not an easy 2-putt remaining, but if he tries to sort of back foot one and bump and run it, and get snagged in the rough, she could end up pretty much where she's standing right now, 15-20 feet short. Again, big difference between solo 4th and a 3-way share of 4th for Lee Kai-young. First, it's going to be Choi in this cross-country effort for a closing birdie. Keep going, keep going. Great putt from long range for Choi Hee-young. No birdies on the scorecard this Sunday afternoon. She's just going to miss out on the top 10. A share of 11th at 8 under par. And her best finish in quite some time with the KGA Tour. Now, Kai-young. Speed, conviction, and acceleration is key at a lies like this. Hit and hope. 3rd shot for Kai-young on 18. And she read that lie very well. Nice shot for Lee Kai-young. Chance for a closing par. And that would be for a round of 69. For a round of 17. To drop a shot on 15. So we're back at 12 under. Final clip of the day. Standing on the 72nd tee, but it's a much different situation on the leaderboard for Park Min-ji as it was 12 months ago. Lim Hee Jung, 4th place in 2021, finds herself 6 shots clear of the defending champion, who, to her credit, has put up a wonderful defense of the title she claimed. Roh Seong-hui will lead us off after her nice birdie at 17. We tie for 7th at the moment for Roh Seong-hui. Of the tents in the distance. That's her start line. It's a bit squirrely. Should catch a piece of the fairway. Yeah, No problem. Lim Hee Jung. 2 more good swings away from major title number 2. 14 top 10s in 2021. 10 top 5s. Just the one win. So that looks pretty good. It is good from Lim Hee Jung. Part 1 of the equation done. Fairway found on the 72nd hole. Continues to impress. Only one player made more money in 2021 than Lim Hee Jung, and that's this lady, Park Min-ji. Already a 2-time winner this year. That's an absolute beaut up the right half of 18 fairway. Gonna get a nice kick. Done. All 3 players in the final group have entertained and dazzled the crowd that have tailed them throughout the course of the last 4.5 hours. And up on the green, Kim Hee Jun to get to 12 under. Not gonna get there. And that's the best ever finish at a major championship for Kim Hee Jun. Ga Young. Money on the line here. This for par. A 70. And sole possession of 4th. To left edge putt. Nice positive stroke. No. Bogey on 15. Doesn't birdie 16. A bogey on 18. Lee Ga Young ends her week at 11 under in a share of 4th. For Choi Hee Young. Not the weekend she was hoping for, but a great return to form for a player that showed so much promise when she turned pro more than a decade ago. What a feeling that must be for Lim Hee Jung, walking up the 18th fairway with a 6-shot cushion. Moments away from collecting a 2nd major championship of her career and a 1st ever Korean Women's Open. Ro Seung-hui. Second shot to 18. Looking at that TV tower. That's turning over nicely. Okay, just clears the front edge of the green. Lim Hee Jung. One more good swing required for the leader by 6. Definitely going to be looking right edge of the TV tower here. Do not want to bring that water into play at all. Scoring record comfortably within her grasp. Just 145 meters to go. Brilliant. Simply brilliant from Lim Hee Jung. Not easy to sleep on a lead, even a big one. She came out and threw down the gauntlet early with a pair of birdies on 1 and 2. It was never going to be caught with the way that she's been playing. Minji, well, she tried. She did everything she could. 7 birdies today. Unfortunately, a pair of bogeys and a double. Hee Jung, simply too good this week at Rainbow Hills. You certainly enjoyed that walk up the 18th hole. But for Park Min-ji, going to come up just shy in her bid to become the 3rd woman to repeat. It started a fraction left. Oh, it started more than a fraction left. Once again, Minji pulls one. And that should be okay. And up and down required. For a share of 2nd. Hee Jung. What a career she's had. Made her debut on the KLPGA Tour back in 2019. Picked up 3 wins, including a major in that rookie season. That coming at Blackstone at the KB Financial Group Star Championship. Didn't miss a cut in 2020, only missed 1 cut in 2021. The Ladies Championship. Tremendously popular player. A superstar in the Korean women's game, and her stock will only continue to rise. With his 2nd major title. There's a difference between those that have won only 1 major and those that have won multiple. And Hee Jung about to join that 2nd elite group of players. The likes of Park Se-ri, Chun In-ji, Kim Hyo-ju. About to add a new name to the multiple major championship list. Hee Jung. And her record at the major championships last season, so impressive. Never finished outside the top 10. 4th at the KLPGA. 4th at the Korean Women's Open. 8th at the Hanwha Classic week after her victory at the Haiwan Resorts Championship. 2nd at the Haight Jinro at Blue Heron. The only player that was better than her at the only KLPGA co-sanctioned event last year, well, that was a playoff loss to the world number 1, Ko Jin-young. Who was absolutely imperious in her display that week at the BMW Ladies Championship. For Park Min-ji, discussing her options here, long-time caddy. That looks like a very juicy spot. That heavy rough left of 18. As long as she can just get a club on the back of the ball. It's going to come out with no spin, much like Lee Ga-young. She pops this just on the edge of the green, it should run out. Just making sure the rules official that it's okay that she brushes some of that grass behind her ball. Previously, if you were in a penalty area, or a hazard as it was called up till a couple of years ago, you weren't allowed to ground your club into hazard, and hazard would extend vertically as well, so she would have had to avoid touching any of that grass, but she's still electing that she's going to take a drop here. Last cross the margin of the penalty area right about there, so she'll get 2 club lengths from that spot. No nearer the hole. Be able to drop it pretty much on the fringe. Whether it stays on the fringe is an entirely different story. Kwon Seo-yeon in the clubhouse. I never wish any playing partner or competitor ill, but this is putting a bit of money back in her pocket, because unless Park Min-ji holds this, the 20-year-old rookie is going to have a solo second place finish. Korea Women's Open. Dropped it twice, balls roll back, goes down the line of the penalty area, so she will be able to place that. I think Lim Hee Jung isn't going to mind a little weight. Savor the moment. Hui is going to have a crack on first while Min-ji surveys her situation. Seventh. 2 putts. Hui and do just fine. Good sized crowds gathered the green here at Rainbow Hills. Seong-hui, a birdie on the 18th. Just left to right at the start, straightens out, wants to come back left at the end. That's a good positive putt. That's a nice roll for Roh Seong-hui. Finish off in style. Well, not to be the grandstand finish. Surely she'll put a mark on that. And lap up every second of a second major championship. Lim Hee Jung fans have come out in force over these 4 days at Rainbow Hills, and they have not been disappointed. Park Min-ji, she knows that feeling. Keep it together, Hee Jung. 12 inches away from a 5th tour title. For Min-ji and Kwon Seo-yeon, this big money putt. Min-ji for a par. No, not to be. It's going to be a 5-5 finish for Park Min-ji. Her reign as Korea Women's Open champion comes to an end with a 2-under par round of 70 and a 3rd place finish at 12 under par. Brilliant defense of her title, and another great week for the record-setting 8-time winner on the KGA Tour. Roh Seong-hui, well, just making sure taking her time over this. She too knows there's a good bit of change up for grabs. This putt for a share of 7th. Level par 72 on Championship Sunday for Roh Seung-hui. 67-72, 67-72. Her best finish at a major championship comes here. But for Lim Hee Jung, destiny fulfilled. A second major title. She is the winner of the 36th Korea Women's Open. A flawless display of golf for the 21-year-old. Her 5th career title on the KGA Tour. Now, celebrations will begin and will continue to go on for the next couple of hours. A terrific performance for Lim Hee Jung. A new tournament scoring record. 19 under par. Let the water flow, let the tears flow. It's been a tremendous performance from Lim Hee Jung. Uncatchable, untouchable. Since she hit the front on Friday evening with a closing birdie on that hole. Took a one-shot lead into the weekend, stretched it to 6. And a brilliant display of golf Saturday evening. She will finish this week 6 shots clear, all 4 rounds of the 60s. Her worst round of the week was her opening round of 68. 66, 66, 69 over a closing 3 rounds. Simply the best. Congratulations, Lim Hee Jung,
저도요.
the 2022 winner
고마워.
of
잘
the
쳤네.
Korea Women's Open. More to come from Rainbow Hills in just a couple of moments.
오케이, 나이스 파.
감사합니다. 네, 고생하셨어요. 고기 이거.
38, 34, 72.
부를게요. 533, 333, 634. 524, 354, 45.
Final confirmation of your leaderboard through 72 holes of play. It's Lim Hee Jung with a record-setting performance, 19 under par, and a 6-stroke victory over the rookie, Kwon Seo-yeon. More highlights and the trophy presentation to come. Stick around.
그거만 보고.
감사합니다. 고맙습니다, 손님. 진행이 되겠습니다. 이정 선수가 인터뷰가 마무리가 되는 대로 고바우 시상식을 진행할 예정이오니 잠시만 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다. 잠시 뒤에 시상식 곧바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
일로. 오디오는 지금 오디오 확인해. 아, 네. 이 이어폰 뒤로 한번 꽂아주시고요. 앞쪽으로 뒤로. 여기 있으실 거거든요. 여기 프린지. 이쪽으로 조금만. 이쪽이 맞나? 그쪽이 오른쪽 맞아요. 좋은 작품, 옵션 오토마틱.
tremendously likable individual, an unbelievably talented golfer, and now a two-time major champion. Lim Hee Jung, much to the delight of her fans, sets the new scoring record at the Korean Women's Open. And we'll get her hands on that trophy in just a couple of moments. The 36th champion of the Korean Women's Open. First played all the way back in 1987. Five-time winner on the KLPGA Tour. Two of them majors. She will now move to the top of the KLPGA Tour order of merit. Let's see how she got there. Started early. 6-shot lead overnight after a closing birdie on 18 yesterday, and signaled her intent early with this stunning second shot into the par 4 first. That putter cooperated all week long. Center Cup, never in doubt. At that point, stretched her advantage to 7 shots. There were birdies being made on the golf course. Most of them came from a playing partner, the defending champion, Park Min-ji. Trying to keep the pressure on, trying to keep hopes alive. Stuck one close at the second, but Hee Jung, she did all throughout yesterday with a brilliant approach shot, matching her closest pursuer shot for shot. It was Hong Jung-min yesterday that tried to pile the pressure on. It was the record-setting, reigning KLPGA money list and points list winner Park Min-ji this afternoon. Min-ji opened her account on 2. Hee Jung followed her straight in for a second birdie of the day, much to the delight of her fans. Skip ahead to the 4th, and Min-ji, well, she would continue to force the issue. The second birdie of her day, drawing her within 6 again of Lim Hee Jung. And on 5, Park Min-ji, well, she cut the deficit to just 5 with a third birdie in her first 5 holes. I thought maybe, just maybe, the defending champion was going to make a run. But at 7, there were problems. The par 5, accessible in 2 if you find the fairway. What was to be a common theme for the day? Park Min-ji spending a little bit too much time around penalty areas and thick rough. Wayward tee shot resulted in a bogey. Hee Jung, though, kept her foot on the gas, laid up with her second in the perfect spot. And as she's done countless times throughout the course of the week, stuck a wedge shot close and rolled in the putt to get to 19 under par. Really, just got a sense as we came on air at this point, it would take a miracle for anyone to catch her. Park Min-ji responded with a great birdie on the 8th. After that frustrating bogey at 7, that was her 6th 3 in an 8-hole stretch. As they hit the turn, Hee Jung continued to turn on the style. This a 7-iron to the par 3 11th after parring the 10th. Not today, said Lim Hee Jung. She continued to fire at pins, the game on all cylinders. She became the first woman ever to reach 20 under par at the Korean Women's Open with that birdie at the par 3 11th. Park Min-ji, just moments before, well, she would give Hee Jung something to think about. Yet another circle on the scorecard of Park Min-ji. And in the group, well, a couple of groups ahead, I should say, Kwon Seo-yeon making her Korean Women's Open debut A debut to remember for the 20-year-old rookie. Back-to-back birdies on 11 and 12. Park Min-ji on 13, unable to birdie the 12th. A bit unlucky with a lip out. Oh, she wasn't going to lip out from here. A sensational dart to kick in range, taking Park Min-ji just that ever so much closer to Hee Jung. Kwon Seo-yeon would find a final birdie of the day at the par 3 17th. A terrific final round for Kwon Seo-yeon. 68 good enough for sole possession of second. Well, Hee Jung laid up on 16, that close to a bounce back birdie after dropping a shot at 15, but it would matter not, especially after her closest pursuer, Park Min-ji, hit this shot on 17. Just birdied 16 to get within 4. Tugged it into trouble, had to take an unplayable lie. All she could do was chop out to there. Unfortunately, a double bogey 5 for Park Min-ji spelt the end of her challenge. She, at that point in time, would drop into a share of second with Kwon Seo-yeon. Lim Hee Jung, tee shot safely down the middle of the 18th fairway. A delightful iron shot to the heart of the 72nd green. Couldn't quite end off in style. This birdie effort gave the hole a scare. That's all she needed to do. A simple tap in, a par at the last, a closing 69, the tournament scoring record. And Lim Hee Jung, for the second time in her career, lifts major championship gold. A winner of the 36th Korea Women's Open. Rainbow Hill tested the best in the Korean women's game once again, and it was Lim Hee Jung who sits top of the pile Sunday afternoon.
군대회 공동 주최사인 DB그룹 문덕식 사장님 자리해주셨습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 역시 공동 주최사인 대한골프협회 이중명 회장님 자리해주셨습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 다음은 대한골프협회 김영찬 부회장님 자리해주셨습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 선수들에게 훌륭한 코스를 제공해주신 레인보우 힐스 정인환 대표이사님 자리하셨습니다. 박수 주십시오. 다음은 주간방송사인 SBS 미디어넷 김계홍 사장님 자리하셨습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 다음은 태국 프로골프협회 회장 레티 수다스나님 자리하셨습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 먼 데서 자리해주셨어요. 자, 마지막으로 이곳 대회가 펼쳐진 음성군 조병옥 군수님 자리 감사해 주셨습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 바쁘신 와중에도 이렇게 또 자리를 참석해 주셔서 진심으로 감사한 말씀을 전하겠습니다. 시상식을 시작하기 앞서서 4일간 뜻깊은 행사인 한마음 버디 기부 물품 전달식을 먼저 시작해 보겠습니다. 한마음 버디는요, 소외계층을 위한 기부 프로그램으로 4일간 18개 홀에서 버디를 기록할 때마다 공식 후원사인 농심에서 스낵 박스를 적립을 했습니다. 저기 뒤에 지금 판넬이 보이고 있거든요. 버디 숫자만큼 적립된 스낵 박스를 대회가 펼쳐진 여기 음성군에 기부를 하도록 하겠습니다. 후원사인 농심을 대신해서 레인보우 힐스 정일환 대표이사님 그리고 음성군 조병호 군수님 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 자, 4일간 총 1263개의 버디가 기록됐습니다. 1263박스 기부를 하도록 하겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 기념사진 촬영 예쁘게 진행해 주시면 되겠고요. 수고해주신 정일환 대표이사님, 조병호 군수님 감사드립니다. 자리로 돌아가 주시면 되겠습니다. 다음은 코스레코드 시상을 해야 되는데 아쉽게도 이번 대회에서 코스레코드는 나오지 않은 관계로 코스레코드 시상은 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 다음 대회에서도 멋진 활약을 기대해 주십시오. 자, 다음으로는 매라운드 최저타를 기록한 선수에게 제공하는 데일리 베스트 시상입니다. 시상에는 DB그룹 문덕식 사장님께서 도움 주시겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 자, 데일리 베스트를 기록한 선수는 1라운드 박민지 선수, 2라운드 이미정 선수, 3라운드 정윤지 선수, 최종 라운드 오지현 선수가 기록을 했는데요. 4명의 선수를 대표해서 박민지 선수가 수상하도록 하겠습니다. 박민지 선수 앞으로 나와주시죠. 디펜딩 챔피언 박민지 선수, 이번 대회에서 역시나 멋진 활약을 보여줬습니다. 데일리 베스트를 기록한 박민지 선수에게는 엠베서더 서울 콜방에서 제공하는 엠베서더 호텔 스위트룸 숙박권이 수여가 되겠습니다. 기념사진 촬영 바로 이어가 보겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 그리고 문덕식 사장님 그리고 박민지 선수 수고 많으셨습니다. 자, 다음은요. 이번 한국여자 오픈에서는 6번 홀에서 그리고 11번 홀에서 17번 홀에서 3개의 홀인원이 나왔는데요. 6번 홀에서는 덕시아나에서 제공하는 덕스벨 침대 세트, 11번 홀에서는 세라젬에서 제공하는 의료기기, 그리고 17번 홀에서는 고진모터스에서 제공하는 아우디 이트론 스포츠백이 부상으로 제공이 됩니다. 이번 대회 3개 홀에서 홀인원이 모두 발생이 되기 때문에 바로 홀인원 시상 이어가 보겠습니다. 6번 홀에서는 유수연 선수, 11번 홀에서는 유이나 선수, 17번 홀에서는 송가은 선수가 홀인원을 기록을 했는데요. 한 선수가 대표로 시상을 진행해 보겠습니다. 시상은 아우디 공식 딜러 고진모터스 김재영 부사장님께서 도움 주시겠습니다. 네, 앞으로 나와주시고요. 자, 해물의 주인공 바로 모셔보겠습니다. 그 주인공은요, 2라운드 17번 홀에서 홀인원을 기록한 송가은 선수입니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 송가은 선수 이렇게 또 고급 자동차를 얻게 됐습니다. 송가은 선수에게는 고진모터스에서 제공하는 아우디 이트론 스포츠백이 부상으로 수여가 되겠습니다. 바로 기념사진 촬영 진행하겠습니다. 송가은 선수 축하드립니다. 시상에 수고해주신 김재영 부사장님 감사드리고요. 송가은 선수 역시나 수고 많으셨습니다. 다음은 베스트 아마추어에 대한 시상을 이어가 보겠습니다. 시상은 대한골프협회 김영찬 부회장님께서 도움을 주시겠습니다. 앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠고요. 김대용 사장님께서도 잠시 대기해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 수상자 발표하겠습니다. 베스트 아마추어는요, 4라운드 합계 10언더파 총 278타를 기록한 임지유 선수입니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 매년 한국여자 오픈에서 이렇게 활약했던 아마추어 선수들은 그 다음 해, 그 다다음 해 1군 투어로 승격을 해서 정말 멋진 활약을 보여주곤 했는데요. 임지우 선수 앞으로도 멋진 활약 기대해보겠습니다. 자, 우선 트로피 김영찬 부회장님께서 전달해 주셨고요. 김기용 사장님께서 꽃다발도 전달해 주셨습니다. 기념사진 촬영 이어가 보겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 대한골프협회 김영찬 부회장님, SBS 미디어의 김기용 사장님 감사드리고요. 임지우 프로님과 앞으로 멋진 활약 더욱더 기대해 보겠습니다. 자, 이제 마지막 시상식입니다. 오늘의 주인공을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. DB그룹 제36회 한국여자오픈 우승자 시상식입니다. DB그룹 문덕식 사장님, 대한골프협회 이중명 회장님께서는 시상을 위해 앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 오래 기다리셨습니다. 오늘의 주인공 바로 불러보겠습니다. 1라운드 68타, 2라운드 66타, 3라운드 66타, 최종 라운드 69타, 토탈 19언더파를 기록한 영예의 우승자 임희정 선수입니다. 올 시즌 초반 교통사고 여파가 있다 보니까 임희정 선수가 초반부터 부심이 있었는데 이게 완전히 털어내고 메이저 타이틀을 획득을 하게 됐습니다. 자, 먼저 그린 자켓을 문덕식 사장님께서 입혀주셨고요. 계속해서 우승자 부상으로 2022년 투어 최고 상금인 우승상금 3억 원이 전달이 되겠습니다. 먼저 기념사진 촬영 시작해보겠습니다. 예쁘게 찍어주십시오. 이미정 선수 연호한 목소리가 시간으로 가득 메우고 있습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 문덕 사장님께서는 옆으로 살짝 이동해 주시면 감사하겠고요. 이어서 대한골프협회 이중명 회장님께서 수뇌배를 전달해 주시겠습니다. 수뇌배가 전달이 됐습니다. 이제 저 수뇌배에는 이미정 선수의 이름이 새겨질 예정입니다. 그리고 꽃다발까지 전달이 됐습니다. 곧바로 사진 촬영 시작해 보겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 이어서 공동주최사인 DB그룹 문덕식 사장님과 대한골프협회 이준명 회장님 함께 사진 촬영 이어가 보겠습니다. 이미정 선수 가운데 자리해 주시고요. 네, 사진 촬영 시작해 주십시오. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 마지막으로 시상을 도와주신 모든 내빈분들과 함께 기념 사진 촬영을 이어가 보겠습니다. 내빈분들께서는 가운데로 모여주시면 되겠고요. 네, 오늘 좋은 날이니까요. 밝은 표정으로 사진 촬영 이어가 보겠습니다.
자, 전체적으로 한 걸음만 왼쪽으로 가세요. 왼쪽으로. 네, 됐습니다. 예, 됐습니다. 자, 가세요.
네, 기념 사진 촬영 진행해 주십시오.
What a moment for the winner of the Korean Women's Open, Lim Hee Jung. Going to move into second place on the KLPGA Tour's money list, just behind last year's champion, Park Min-ji. Her fifth career title, a second major championship, and a first ever Korean Women's Open, going the way of the prodigious 21-year-old champion. Congratulations, Lim Hee Jung. What a week it's been here at the 11th event of the 2022 KLPGA Tour, scheduled the second major championship of the year. Did not disappoint. Rainbow Hills tested the best, and the best was crowned. Lim Hee Jung, the winner of the 36th Korean Women's Open. We do hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Rainbow Hills this week. The tour rolls on next week to Fortune Hills Golf Club, where Im Jin-hee looks to defend her BC Card Hankyong Ladies Cup from 12 months ago. Park Min-ji came up short in her bid to become the third repeat winner of the Korean Women's Open. A credible third place finish for her. Great week for Kwon Seo-yeon, who came up just 6 shots shy in her Korea Women's Open debut. But it's all about Lim Hee Jung, who sets the new 72-hole scoring record at 19 under par. 4 rounds of the 60s, a 6-stroke victory. Lim Hee Jung, simply the best at the Korean Women's Open. That's about it from us this week on the KLPGA Tour. This is Timothy Lowe saying, have a wonderful Sunday, a great week ahead, and we'll see you next time on the KLPGA Tour.